Everybody! Let me check to make sure my sound's coming in good real quick. Okay. Alright, I have a new, thing that I meant to try out, a while ago, but completely spaced on it, so I do apologize. Reroll ads are disabled for 21 minutes. Oh, that's because it has a current ad break going. I'll wait until the ad break's done and then I'll talk about the thingy thing. I always forget I do 1 minute of ads every hour. Around every hour-ish for non-subscribers on Twitch, so I do apologize. But, I do apologize for my YouTube viewers. I'm not sure why I don't have as much YouTube integration. I thought I fixed that. But apparently I did not. I'm gonna have to look into how to do that because I did get my chatbots set up. Hello, Velvet! Okay, so ordinarily, if you look at the bottom of the screen, I usually have like fish and other bits, other like creatures that are floating to show like my chatters. But I was browsing around Twitter and I saw this game called Not Monday Cafe. And the game hasn't officially like released yet, but essentially what it is it's this little cafe that you can like join and order food and stuff for your Twitch peeps. And I thought that was really cool and fit the vibe of the channel. So I reblogged it or like reposted it on Twitter. And they hit me up and they were like, hey, you know, if you want to like beta test and if you have friends that are streamers that also want to beta test, you can beta test our like demo right now. I was like, okay, cool. And then I forgot about it for like a couple of months and completely spaced on it. And I got a message from them like a couple days ago. They were like, hey, how's beta testing going? And I'm like, what? So yeah, I'm a terrible person. But anyways, so I downloaded it and I fiddled around with it yesterday as just like a little idle game that can be played like at the bottom of the screen. But I am gonna test it in I'm gonna test it today in place of my usual stream avatars. Just for fun. Did you actually join in the thing of it? Oh, there you are! Oh, and I'm here too. Oh, that's so cool! Oh, that's so cool! Okay, so, anyways, I have pinned the link of, commands that you can use while in the cafe. I actually named my cafe, Itadakimasu Sushi Bar, despite the fact I haven't unlocked sushi or fish yet, but I thought it would be like a fun, like, little thing that people could, you know, like, interact with and have fun with while I was doing art stuff. I'm not sure if I'm gonna put it up while I am playing Epic Mickey or not. I mean, honestly, I could. We'll see. But I like it so far. Another thing that I did want to address, or at least that has come to, like, my attention, is that, so most people, so I'm trying to go by Fantaz, or Fan for short. Like, that's just my online persona. At least as far as, or Fish Sona. That I want to be recognized by. Like, ideally, this is also, like, branding for, you know, like, my PNG YouTuber and that kind of stuff. But, some friends that I have, they call me, Marzi. And, the reason why I'm addressing this is because it's caused a bit of confusion for people who, who know me as Fan, but believe that Marzi could be, like, my real name. So to kind of, like, address that, and I will put that in an about me, like, kind of thing to further clarify the confusion, but, Marzi is not my real name. It's just another online Sona that I used, when I played, online in, Final Fantasy. In Final Fantasy 14 online. So Marzi is my character name over there, and that is my other fish Sona name. But I go by both. I will answer to both. Hey, I've been here for a minute trying to figure out the food cafe thing. If you do !join, you should join as a character. And I've got some other, like, updatey stuff to do as well. Just, like, in general, everything is held together by bubblegum and duct tape, so... But... yeah, you can call me Phantaz or Fan, or you can call me Marzi. I will respond to both. Neither one is inherently, like, special, I guess. It's just blending two different communities together. So if you want to be, like... Don't forget the zip ties, too. Zip ties. Maybe. But, essentially... I'll go by Fan, or if you want to be a bit more personable, I will also go by Marzi. I'm not getting doxxed when people call me Marzi, because I know that was, like, a major concern that was brought up, that people were afraid that I was giving out, like, my real name and stuff. That's just not the case, so... Okay, so now we're gonna get on to animation exercises, because I want to get into animation, and part of getting into animation is doing animation. So, if you weren't here, not last week, but the week before, because I didn't stream last Thursday, we did our bouncing ball exercises for 51 grade 8 animation exercises, and so we have the bouncing ball loop. It doesn't really, like, bounce, more so it, like, slowly, like, comes down, squishes flat, and then goes back up. So it's not really bouncing, or if it is a bounce, it's a very, like, weird bounce. And then we have our bouncing across the screen. Again, very much kind of defies, like, gravity at least a little bit with the sudden, like, kind of pause before it goes full on the ground. But, hey, it's practice. Practice doesn't have to be perfect. We just have to get it on the page to say that we did. And also experiment. You know, until you test out whatever, like, what is it? You can't, if you don't know what your, like, baseline is, you can't make improvements to, like, get better, right? So these are kind of, like, our baseline of where we are before we start looking into, like, techniques and tutorials and other stuff. Because we will come back to these, like, after we get more under our belt, understand the basics of, like, spacing and that kind of stuff. And then we also did our fall animation, which is our brick fall. Let me see if I can zoom out and get that completely on screen. So this is our brick falling. And as you can see, we got some floor, we've got some white to it. I didn't exactly break it correctly, which was funny because before I started this stream, I actually did see a tutorial on different ways to like break and blow up rocks and bricks. So I thought that was a bit interesting. So now we're gonna go on to our other exercises and 51 great animation exercises. I'm also sorry I started stream late. I went grocery shopping and then I was debating if I was gonna cook or not. And then I got a wild hair up my butt and I was like, you know what? I want to cook. Not realizing that the time it was getting for me to start streaming was edging like closer and closer. And then I was like, you know what? I'm gonna take time to enjoy my food and yeah, anyways. Time is a human construct. Now I just have to convince everybody else of that. Okay. So we did the bouncing ball in place. We did the bouncing ball across the screen. We did brick falling from a shelf onto the high ground. So now we're going to do a simple character head turn. Oh boy. That's gonna be a bit difficult. Okay, we're gonna try plan B. That's not exactly helping me either. I'm trying to avoid, like, grabbing a video. I'm about to start some cooking while watching stream. Okay! We love our lurkers! I should really be more prepared for this, and I'm not, but eh. No one comes for preparedness. They come to watch the fire and pain. Alright, video tutorial, what do you have? Your 1 minute? We can do that.
Head turns are great to learn to animate because they're used often, and it can be a great way to learn the physics of animation better. You should start by creating your starting frame and your finishing frame. Then create the frame that is halfway between those two. You'll generally want to make the head dip down a bit while it's turning, or else the animation might look a little bit stiff and unnatural. Also, unless the subject is scared, they should probably blink or narrow their eyes during the head turn. With this in mind, add the rest of the frames in. If you've seen this video of mine, you'll know that unless a person is turning their head crazy fast, you should
Okay. Alright, I think I got it. I think I got this. Maybe. Maybe I'll cry. Fire and pain! It reminds me of the one audio where it's like, God wants me to motherfucking kill myself, and I will not give him the satisfaction. Look, I have a lot of very dark humor, I'm sorry. New animation folder. Simple head turn. Oh, I know what that layer is now. Whoops. Okay. Shiitake mushrooms. New animation spell. By the way, if you're wondering, I'm doing all this on, I'm doing this as frame by frame animation, and what frame by frame means is that I'm, basically drawing everything by hand. Get in all that good, fancy technical jargon. Okay, I know this looks slightly wonked, but... all the way at 24. And then at 12 we'll put in like the middle keyframe. Which, by the way, if you're wondering what these are considered keyframes, and keyframes are just like the basic pose between big movement. So like if you have a character facing one way and you want them to turn to now face this way, one way you would plan that kind of animation is that you would draw the first pose, which is this front-facing pose first, and then you would draw this pose, which is the like end pose, so to speak, and then you would just build everything in the middle from like a breakdown, which would be in the middle of these two looks and what have you. Which is what we're doing right now, literally. New animation stuff. The hard part is just trying to keep everything like consistent with like volume sizes and whatnot. And if we take off that onion skin and we look at it, yeah, so it looks really choppy right now, but we're gonna get into it. Kind of looks like their head's doing the bob. But this is where timing comes into play, because we're gonna do like a slow in and a slow out. So basically what that is it's like, say this is frame 1 and this is frame 24. We'll say in the middle is 12. So I'm actually gonna make a new layer with this guide so I can like track it. Because if not, I'm gonna forget about it. So if 6 and 18 divides these halves further, right? So we want frames 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 to be, instead of at the halfway mark, maybe at like this quarter mark is where frame 6 is. And then 6, 7, 8. And then 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 are more spread out. And then they get really close at like the end. But before that, we gotta do the in between these two. So we're gonna take our onion skin. And we're gonna do a halfway pose between these two. Now, if you notice, I haven't drawn eyes or any, like, defining facial features yet. Because I'm just trying to get, like, where the base of the head is. So usually when you do this kind of stuff, you wanna go for, like, the big sweeping gestures first, and then you wanna go for, like, all the tiny stuff later. So it's like a buildup of, like, stuff. this is definitely one of those, if you start, so like, if you look, if I turn off the onion skin, if you see how sketchy, like, my sketch lines are, this is definitely one of those things that you'll most likely need to go back and, like, refine them a bit more, just so that way you can, like, clearly see, like, where the shapes are and how they move and get the forms correctly. But I'm not, how do I explain this? I'm trying to get just the general, like, movement correct that I want to get before I go in and start, like, defining, like, features. And that's kind of like, so when a lot of people do, like, line art, right? Or, not when a lot of people, but, like, when you first start out learning how to do line art, like, you have your, let me thin this down a little bit. I know I'm going, like, to provide a lot of context, but I feel like if this is something that you are struggling with, because I still struggle with this, like, occasionally, or rather, I say occasionally, but I still struggle with this myself, so if you're wondering why, you know, you have this, like, really super, like, flowy, detailed sketch, right? But then you go to do your line art, and your line art just looks, like, overly stiff. Here, hold up. Let me go back. Like, let's make this sketch a bit messier. Okay, so say, like, this is your sketch, right? I am getting so off topic, but anyways, so I can't draw arrows. Okay, so then say this is your sketch, and then when you go to do your line work is just kind of like, okay, that's kind of like a bad example, but your line work is like this shaky, stiff mess. That's because what you should do is, when you're in this, like, sketch section, you should go back and, like, define better, like, where lines go. Either by erasing or, like, redrawing the sketch, because your brain has a way to, like, link. Your brain has a way to see, like, a bigger picture despite all the, like, noise. It's actually kind of cool, but if you're trying to have, like, really pretty art, it can be hard, like, when you first start out and when you're first, like, trying to get your bearings. If that makes sense. Okay, so now as you can see, we're getting closer to, like, our head turn. because we're trying to break down our forms, you know, further. By the way, if you're wondering what this little flat area... Hold on, let me turn off the onion skin, because it's going to be easier to explain if I have that onion skin turned off. So if you see that I'm defining this little... oh, excuse me. This little flat area of the head, right? This little like shaved like side piece. That's because your skull, that I believe this is the like temple area, because your head's not a circle. It's more of a cylinder shape, because if you look at how to draw, or if you look at any how to draw book, they'll tell you to at least start with a circle, but then when you draw the frontwards part of the face, you cut off the sides. Like that. It's weird. But when it helps guide, like, when you try to move circles and see circle like planes and you're trying to draw the head, having this helps because your ear is usually located within this like little like shaved off piece. So now we gotta go from this head position to this one. If we I like how it goes from like kind of smooth to kind of like ah. But that's only because the drawings are a bit more spaced. Here is Positioning is also relatively important. Huh. That doesn't look too bad. At least for the first half of the arc. So now the same thing we did on one side, we get to do on the other side. And then, like, when I could copy and, like, paste frames, I don't think that'll work here because I can't, like, flip them without them flipping the original frame. So we get to do everything by hand. All over again. Honestly, keyframing it might make my life easier, but... Well, it becomes... What's in between 18 and 12? 16. Kind of working my way backwards. Like as far as this head tilt going in that direction is concerned. I've been sitting here wondering why it looks a little funky. Now if we take off the onion skin. Huh. Alright. That's actually pretty smooth. I mean, there's still bits where it's a little less smooth, but I like it. God, I love when I do cool shit like this. Also, how is the cafe looking? Like, are you guys enjoying it? I feel like it's working well. Okay. So now that we have this very rough I feel like they're kind of dancing, like bobbing their head. Now we're gonna go back in and we're gonna add in features like eyes. I actually don't know how this is gonna go over. Whoops. This drawing came out of bits. But if you're wondering how I'm keeping these eyes semi-consistent, so am I. Although it kind of looks like they're shrinking a bit. Okay. So in the tutorial, on the downswing of the head, like, by the time your head gets to this point, to the midway point, your eyes should have blinked or been closed. So that's what I'm trying to do with this. Which, you want your characters to blink. I think it's like, on average, you blink every 3 seconds. So, for animated characters, you may want to kind of follow that same like time frame, because if they don't like blink after a while, it becomes really unnerving. I know the eyes are kind of changing. A lot of the pieces parts are kind of changing shape, but I am trying to keep it as consistent as possible. Okay, so now if we go back and we watch it. I mean, honestly, that's not that bad. Let's see if we can define it better by putting some color in the back. Like, block out the difference between her skin and her eyes. We're not gonna go super detailed with it. Although, I think in the tutorial, it would probably be a good idea to do like a pupil shift.
Rest of the frames in. If you've seen this video of mine, you'll know that dip down a bit while it's turning, or else the animation might look a little bit stiff and unnatural. Also, unless the subject is scared, they should probably blink or narrow their eyes during the head turn. With this in mind, add the rest of the frames in. If you've seen this video of mine, you'll know that unless...
Okay. So we're gonna go back in and we're gonna add in the pupils. And then we're gonna add color, maybe. the blink may not need to be as gradual. But, you know, for a first attempt, not bad. So, I'm not gonna worry about hair for this. It was just, it was more important to get the general head turn and eyes. But yeah, if you wonder what practice looks like, this is it. This is practice. This is how you practice. Although I say practice, really what I'm doing is, I'm going through these exercises as like a sort of like ability test. So I'm seeing what my current ability is now. Because I've studied like animation for like I'd say my entire life. So I theoretically know how everything works. It's just the actual like practicing part that I get kind of nervous about, and I don't think that's just like a me thing either. Because it's like, oh, you know, I'm gonna study. I'm gonna learn by studying, and then I'll get better that way. And that's not, at least for the, like, if you want to do book studying, like, that's usually how book studying works. But for, like, the actual craft, projects, like, in order to quote-unquote study, you have to actually, like, do the technique that you're reading about or learning about. And that's how you study. Or by copying references. Super Lemon! Ayo! Fantaz! How you been? We have we have a cafe now. Well, so the name of the game is called Not Monday Cafe, but I named my cafe a sushi bar. But we're not a bar, and we don't sell and I haven't unlocked the ability to sell sushi yet. So I guess you could say we're a cafe. Because we're not a bar. Did you see one of Skittles' wish-listed games came out? Sushi Bar? I did not see one of Skittles' wish-listed games came out. What game was it? Cafe My Sushi? The game was called The Midnight Walk. Ooh, spooky. Skittles and her horror games. It's a claymation game. Ooh. Wait. Oh, I'm thinking, are you sure it's Midnight Walk or is it, South by Midnight? Because South by Midnight is a stop motion animated game that's, Louisiana, sort of like how they did James and the Giant Peach or Nightmare Before Christmas. It sounds like you're talking about South by Midnight, which is a similarly animated game that came out. That's basically like Alice in Wonderland if it was in Louisiana in the swamp. Look in your Discord DM. Okay, let me see. Midnight Walk. Oh, okay. Alright. That looks cool as hell. That looks scary as hell. Holy shit. Oh my god. Hey yo, I almost want this for myself. God, I knew Skittles was cool, but to be this cool, I would scream like an absolute ninny. That's awesome. That's cool. I do want to play South of Midnight, too, by the way. Okay, my apologies. I didn't realize there was another game called Midnight Walk. That looks super cool. Yeah. Honestly, I've kind of been debating if I want to scale back, um, the amount of live streaming I've been doing and go more for pre-recorded content. And the reason why I'm debating that is because, I try to stream consistently for like 4 days a week, but when I'm out of the lair, I bring all my stuff to stream, but because I'm in an environment where it doesn't like feel like work, I wind up not streaming at all, I guess. And that's no bueno if I'm trying to keep, consistency and stuff. I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm just trying to find a routine that works. I found this thing called artisanal pencil sharpening. When I was browsing around the TikTok app, and I love it, unironically. And it was funny because I was talking with a friend who was like questioning like potential career choices, and I was like, you could be an artisanal pencil sharpener. And he looked at me like I was out of my freaking mind. He was like, say that again, but slowly. I was like, what? You don't want to be an artisanal pencil sharpener? And sharpen pencils, but artisanally? And he's like, who? He's like, first off, what even is an artisanal pencil sharpener? And I was like, well, according to the video I saw, it's you take a pencil and you sharpen it, but with like a nif, like manually, like you take a blade and you sharpen it. And he's just like, okay, but pencil sharpeners exist. I'm like, I know. And he's like, so if pencil sharpeners exist, why would I pay someone to sharpen my pencil by hand? And I was like, well, according to like sources and stuff, pencil sharpeners are great, but like the problem with them is that sometimes the wood casing comes, you know, like loose and stuff. So when you sharpen your and the lead's been known to, you know, like break and stuff. And so when you sharpen your pencil by like hand or manually, you have more control over like the wood and the point and this, that, and the other. And he was just like, you drank the Kool-Aid, didn't you? And I'm like, no, I just did a Google search. And he was like, well, how much money can you make from artisanal pencil sharpening, like realistically? I'm like, well, it depends on like your clients. But like I looked at the guy who first like coined the idea or the profession of artisanal pencil sharpening, and he charges, I think, like 100 for each pencil he sharpens. But before that, because like apparently he was like big like a few years ago, and it was like $40 that you would like mail in your pencil to be sharpened by him, and then he would mail it back with like a little sharpening certificate. And then he wrote a book on how to like on the different techniques of how to sharpen pencils and what have you, and everybody is like, this is a joke profession, and he's like, no, I'm completely serious. Well, homeboy's got a TikTok now, and I'm gonna tell you right now, it's the greatest thing since sliced bread, in my honest opinion. But anyways, so I was telling my friend about it, and I saw how much the book was for like a Kindle copy, which was only like $10, and I'm like, I kinda want it, and I bought it, and and so anyways, he was like, there is so many other things you could do than artisanal pencil sharpening. And I'm like, I mean, yeah, but it sounds cool as hell. Like, imagine somebody asking you, like, what your profession is, and you're like, I'm an artisanal pencil sharpener, and they just kind of look at you like, what? But anyways, so I started watching some of his videos, and, like, he gives, like, really good, like, life advice while he's talking about, like, different techniques and how to start in like a crafting practice. And I know I sound like I drank the Kool-Aid because I did, but I swear to God, it's I love it so much, unironically. And it was funny too, cause I had seen another video, hold on, I gotta do the burbs. So I will be right back, but then I'll continue my rant, because this is actually like very interesting, and I just kind of like to poke for shits and giggles, but like, I don't know. Anyways, when I get back, I'll get to the point. I made it. Okay, hi, hellos. I is back now. Come on. Okay, but anyways, so back to artisanal pencil sharpening. Because I'm weird, and I'm interested in very weird things. but anyways, so I was talking with his friend, and he's like, what use could you possibly have for, like, artisanal pencil sharpening? And I was like, well, what about in the end, when you have pencil sharpeners? And I'm like, okay, well, what about, you know, like, doomsday, like, in the end of times, when you need to sharpen a pencil, or, you know, say you have, like, say you're lost in the woods and you need to make a spear, but you need to have the right tip for a spear. At least a wooden one, because you don't know how to carve rock yet, but you're gonna make a pointy stick very pointy. And he was just like, okay, well, first off, in the apocalyptic scenario, like, you can scavenge around and you can find, you know, like, razors and sharpeners. They're literally not that hard to, like, make or invent or keep running in case it, like, breaks. And I'm like, okay, but what if you run out of the razors and all you have is, you know, like, a knife? Like, just an ordinary knife with a sharp, like, tip. You could use that blade to carve a wooden pencil. And he was like, okay, well, what about a mechanical pencil? And I'm like, I mean, you could probably find, like, a couple of mechanical pencils, but the wood ones might be more common, because what happens if you can't find any lead to refill it with? Can you make the lead to refill a mechanical pencil? And he was just like, I mean, and then we started talking about the spears, and he's just like, making a spear is not that difficult. And I'm like, okay, making it may not be difficult, but making a well-made spear is a little bit harder than you might think it is. And especially when that's not something you're used to, because I don't know about other people, but, like, I have played my fair share of survival craft and resource games. Alright? Even knowing the parts I need to create whatever thing I need to survive, if you were to actually take me out in the woods and be like, okay, your life depends on you going and making an accurate spear, I would look at you and be like, I can't do that. I could try. It would be flimsy. It would be flimsy as all hell, but I would try. But anyways, but he was just, so anyways, so it was, he finally, like, gave up trying to, like, fight with me on it, because eventually I stopped having, like, reasonable arguments and just went for the most, like, outlandishly, like, dumb thing I could think of that would require you to use a skill set as an artisanal pencil sharpener. God. And so anyway, so he finally stopped talking to me because he's like, I can't with you, and I'm like, yeah, you're welcome. But anyways, but that leads into another thing that I saw about, like, the apocalypse. So I don't know who remembers when, like, Doomsday Preppers was, like, super popular in the early 2000s. That was a show I loved in particular because, you know, end of times and all that good stuff. But also, like, what to do in an emergency prep. And, so it was funny, when I was a high schooler, I wanted to drink the, like, Doomsday Prepper Kool-Aid, like, super deeply. Like, I was supposed to go, like, all in for it. And, I remember talking to my friend, my high school best friend at the time. I was like, I want to go into being, like, a Doomsday Prepper. And she looked at me and she's like, that's the stupidest thing I have ever heard you say. And completely, like, killed my enthusiasm for doomsday prepping. And I was just like, because she was one of those people that was like brutally honest because of like her own family reasons, but I was just kind of like, I was so hopeful, and then all of that hope just kind of got squished inherently. And I guess in a way it was kind of like a good thing, but I remember being so depressed about it. And then, when I got over it, she was like, you know, her and I talked, because we were kind of one of those friends that, like, how do I describe it? It was friends, but there was a lot going on in our own lives that, like, we would have periods of, like, good times together, and then we would have periods of time where we would, like, hate each other, I guess. It was a very, like, or not hate each other, but, like, we would get into, like, really big fights and argue. It was very volatile. God, I miss her sometimes. But anyways, that aside, so after we had, like, made up after, I think, like, a bad fight, she had said she apologized for coming off so harshly about me wanting to get into doomsday prepping, because it wasn't that she had any problem with it as far as, like, the show was concerned, or as far as, like, somebody wanting to get into doing something like that, but she was just like, I forget what her reason was, but she wanted to, like, nip that enthusiasm in the bud before I could, like, run away with it, like, too far and, like, get too deep in the Kool-Aid. But anyways, I talk about that context because fast forward to when I first started getting on TikTok, there were two particularly, so when I was tailoring my For You page, there were two very interesting distinctions that I found between doomsday prepping and homesteading. And homesteaders, you know, are the people that you would assume live in, like, you know, the free, like, commune where it's, like, a bunch of people that share property and they have a community garden and this, that, and the other, or just people who want to live, like, off the grid, have their own farm, and, you know, what have you. I know that sounds super mean to describe people who homestead. They're actually, like, super nice, and I love homesteading content. But anyways, once I started getting on the homesteading side of things, I realized that doomsday prepping was more of, like, a singular person's, like, thing, where, like, when you were doomsday prepping, you were essentially stocking up on everything that, could keep you, your family, and, like, everybody within your sphere of influence, like, safe, right? And that makes sense. Taikuro! Are we moving off the grid? I mean, maybe. They'll never find me. Also, shout out at Taikuro. How you been? We have a sushi bar that doesn't serve sushi and is not a bar. But you're welcome to join. I have a link pinned at the top of chat if you want to join the cafe. But anyways, to make a very long portion of context short, doing good, just chilling. How's the animation going? It's going pretty good. I'm just coloring the pupil of the eyes for this, like, basic character head turn, and then I'll play it all in sync, and we'll go from there. But anyways, but like before I started talking with my friend about artisanal pencil sharpening, like a few days before that, I had seen this video of this girl, or lady I should say, who does homesteading, and I think she doesn't do homesteading. She does a lot of like sewing and like crafty projects. And she was talking about a conversation she had had with one of her guy friends who talked about how they were going to survive doomsday and create, you know, like a colony and this, that, and the other. And one thing she started asking about was, like, because their concern was over, you know, how to get food, how to get weapons, you know, like, this, that, and the other. But then she was like, okay, well, what about, you know, clothes? What about blankets and stuff like that? Like, stuff that, you know, people need to wear or need to get repaired and stuff like that. And he's like, well, we can just, you know, go out and scavenge all that. And she's like, okay, but what happens if there comes a time where you can't scavenge that, you know, and we need to have livestock for, like, wool and yarn, and people who know how to spin yarn and can weave. Is it normal to just ask someone how to get weapons? I mean, I think it depends on where you're from. Like, so for me, I'm in the South, so like, it's really not that hard. It's really not that hard. I don't know about other places, but other places it could be a bit more like difficult. But it also depends on the type of weapon you're looking for, too. Actually, I'm gonna check on the cafe. Damn, I got a lot of tips. But anyways, but her point was that, you know, you gotta think of, like, the average, like, mundane things, like clothes and stuff, and, you know, needing people to know how to sew or how to weave, or even how to spin, like, thread, or even how to make, like, thread and yarn and that kind of stuff. Like, it takes a village to make a village, if that makes sense. And that made me think of artisanal pencil sharpening, and how if all you can find is unsharpened wooden pencils, you probably want somebody who knows how to sharpen pencils manually so you can, like, write. Or, you know, even somebody who knows how to make, like, pencils so you can make, like, makeshift pencils. I don't know. I'm weird. I think of weird things. I would say it all depends on the situation. That's true. Different apocalypse scenarios will cause you to need a different sort of skill set. Okay, so now let's look at this. Honestly, that looks super cool. I really like how it came out. It's a lot smoother than I thought it would be, but there are a couple spots where it's still a bit like janky, quote unquote, here and there. I know we didn't give this character a mouth, but as far as like sort of like the base features we were looking to like mess around with, I'm like, hell yeah! I'm sorry, I love when I do cool stuff like this. This was probably the best like thing I decided to do was the animation practice stuff. Because let me tell you, I'm just having a whale of a time. God, this is still only... This is still only level 1. Okay. We're gonna do a character blinking, because I've done that. I've done that several times, actually. But it's fun and I like it, so I'm gonna do it again. Hold on, I'm thinking. This I could probably just do as a straight ahead. Which, a straight ahead is just, instead of planning out, like, what frames to draw, so say, like, you have, like, that, and then the end frame, you want it to be, like, that. Straight ahead is just, you have that, and then on the next frame, you just do that. So, like, you gradually change it over time. Huh. That's kind of cute. I made the blink going down faster than coming back up, just to kind of vary it a little bit. Aw. It's not necessary to put in color when you practice, but sometimes it could just add a nice little like pop. Plus practice is what you make it, so. Luckily, going back up is not a big deal when it comes to character linking. Or rather, I should say, for me it isn't. Oh my god, I'm cracking myself. I love when I do stuff like this. I may make this an actual emote, honestly. Why? Because I can. That's why. Let's, let me see what I can do to the cafe real quick now that I have some moolah. I have reviews. I am consistently a 3-star sushi bar, which works out because I'm a 3-star streamer. Hell yeah. Is anybody in the highway? Oh my god, I have all these notifications. I'm gonna read those later. What's in recipes? Oh, I'm selling everything I need to. Well, we unlocked the creme. Unlocked matcha tea. We unlocked pork steak. Need to get my hands on some porky pork. Ooh. We unlocked chocolate. Unlock those because I'm still in beta. Hold up. I'm gonna take a whole few minutes to derail everything. Oh my god, I didn't even realize I had that much money. We're gonna unlock the boiler. We got corns. Ooh, coconut water, orange juice. Ooh, Hawaii soda. That looks so cool. Let's see, we got grilled cheese. We got egg and ham sandwich. Onion rings. We got fried chicken. We got rice. We got shrimp. Oh, we unlocked our first seafood thing. Hell yeah. I horribly mispronounced that, and I apologize. just unlocked everything to the best of its ability. Oh my god, I have so much food I can make now. What happened? Wait, no, come back. I guess order all the things. Order all the things and all the food. Although, to be honest, do we like the cafe? Do we want to go back to stream avatars? Like... Flour sack weaving. Okay, so now we get to try out the flour sack. I love this character, Blink. So we're gonna do some sketches of our little flour sack, and then we're gonna do a wave animation with it. So, learning how to draw the flour sack is actually really important. Gordathon! Hey, Fantas! Just dropping and hanging while I get things ready for bed. How's your night going? Night's going good! We were doing some animation-y bits. You want to see what we made so far? We did this character head turn animation. Yeah! And then we did this, this character blink. And now we're about to start getting into the flower sack animation. Aw, I love the little meow mouth. I actually cracked up really hard after I decided to do that mouth. Because it reminds me of the Rick and Morty mouth where it's like, it's them, like, wide-eyed, and then it's just... or like that. But no, now we're gonna work on practicing how to draw some flower sacks, which is actually kind of important because, the flower sack is the next, like, complicated-ish form, when it comes to animation because it resembles, like, the upper, like, torso of a character. Or, if you're familiar with the bean, quote-unquote, method of drawing, where, and this is something that, if you don't know, Proco is a YouTuber that does a lot of drawing tutorial, like, content. And granted, there are many different people that do drawing, like, tutorial content, but Proco is one of the ones up there with, like, the big name brand, like, thing. But there are two ways to draw, like, the upper torso and the hips, right? Torso. So method one are the boxes. So when you draw the, like, torso like this, you draw, like, this box for, like, say that's the torso, and then you do the same for the hips, right? And ideally, you, like, put them together and boom, you can start, like, moving them in a 3D-ish sort of space. The other method is called the bean method, where it's this, like, rounded shape that kind of, like, curves in on itself and then expands outward like that. Ah! I'm getting hit! Hydrate and stretch. Alright. I'm hydrating, I hydrated, and I'm stretching. I'm stretching, and I'm popping my back out. I done a shrimp for way too long. But anyways, by the way, I did manage to get my throwables working again. I had to disconnect and reconnect my Twitch, so it should be okay now. But anyways, so the bean is more for, like, curvy, I guess, kind of forms. More like foreshortened and rounded kind of forms, and then boxes are more like perspective, stiff kind of things. There is no, like, right or wrong way to use them. It largely depends on what you're most, like, comfortable with, and these are forms that are used a lot in gesture drawing, which is that thing I hate, and I stopped after about a week because I got distracted. Anyway, point being, God, I hate I can't for the life of me just, like, sit down and do something. But, But anyways, but how this relates to the flour sack is that the flour sack is essentially this kind of, like, really curvy, like, kind of trapezoid-ish form with, you know, the little, like, feetsies and stuff. And so part of the fun is to, like, design them in, like, an interesting and unique way to make them, like, more character driven. But also when it comes to animating them, making them move as though a real character would move. Hi, Rosie! What's up? You can also think of them like sheets of paper, almost. Like, just if they were flat, so like... I have no idea what I'm doing, so... But there are also more simplistic ways to understand how line of action work and how base forms work. Hold on, Rosie, I'll grab you a shout out here in a second. My flour sacks are obviously kind of, you know, flat. Hi, Fan. Nothing much. Just taking a break from cleaning the house. Look at you being responsible. I wish I could be like that. Yeah, we're gonna do, we're gonna make our little flour sack person do the wave. Or do a wave. Thank you for the shouters! You're welcome! I think it killed him. Sorry, there was a gnat that was trying to fly up my nose. Oh, the doodling going well. It is! Do you want to see what we made so far before I continue? We did a character head turn. Which could probably be a little bit smoother, but you know. And then we did a character blink. That may or may not become an emote. And now we're working on the flour sack, which I was just gonna... Cute! Cute! Right? We working, we making it. We making it happen. Slowly but surely. Doodling the cutes. Actually, what I can do is... We also have a sushi bar that doesn't serve sushi and isn't a bar. But I got this little cute cafe game called No Monday Cafe, where you can create a little character to go in the cafe and go spend ungodly amounts of coinage to like eat the foodstuffs. So there is a link to the list of commands that you can use pinned at the top of chat. So if that's something you want to put in a little character, you can go ahead and go do that. I'm debating if I'm gonna alternate between using it and stream avatars, or if I'm just gonna use it instead of stream avatars, because it definitely fits my like kind of like my sort of bento lunchbox character persona that I got, that I'm like working with. Beach food. Okay, I'm not gonna put words on this tech, because knowing my luck, oh my god, but the intrusive thought won. When the intrusive thoughts win. Dim that a little. Speaking of the cuties, I do have a couple minor stuff to add to the mermaid slime girl print that I'm making. Well, it's not a print, but it's an image that I have that I'm drawing. I need to put actual like drinks in their cups and add some shadows on like the rocks that they're sitting on. And then afterwards, that piece will be done. Dun dun dun. God, what's with the intrusive thoughts tonight? And why are they winning? Oh my god. I absolutely cannot tonight. I'm having way too much fun being weird. Okay, Jackal, is it a jackal? Hey zombie, what's up? How you doing, friend? God, we're getting a lot of bigwigs in here tonight. We got Skittles, Ty, Zombie, El Gordaflon. We just getting in everybody. like that would be lower. Oh, it's a little sad sack. Oh, baby. I'm so sorry. Gonna work desperately, need a shower. No worries, go take your time. Not much. Tired, just had to install a new heatsink in my PC, and I did that straight after lifting some weights. I get that. Go do what you need to do, friendo. No worries. I will be here for the next like hour or so, or at least until I get this flour sack finished. Then by frame 12. You made him sad. I did kind of make him sad, but it's only temporarily. Because the idea is he's gonna rise from the slump and do a little, like, character wave. So by frame 12, he should look like that. And by frame 24, and add a new animation cell. So these are the 3 poses we're going to be working. We're going to take everything we learned and we're going to apply it to this, kind of, maybe, hopefully. I'm not gonna worry about the lower body moving too much. I'm just gonna focus on the upper half. By the way, if you're wondering what these blue and green lines are, this little thing right here, this is called onion skin. And basically what onion skin allows you to do is, so you have this frame, you have 3 frames, right? But this is position 1, and this is position 2. Well, this frame in the middle is blank, and what onion skinning allows you to do is it's sort of like if you were to do this on transparent paper, almost. This layer becomes, if I remember correctly, this layer becomes like the blue set of lines, and this layer becomes the green set of lines, and that allows you to see like where you need to put in this next blank frame. And so it can be really helpful when you're trying to reference what's the drawing that comes before and the drawing that comes after, so you can keep like your sizes consistent and that kind of stuff. Of course, I still have trouble either way, but that's not the point. Ah! T-Narg. Is this game like Fortnite? This game is not like Fortnite. Ah! Give me a second, I'm dying. Sorry, I got confused. No, you're okay. I forgot. I remade my oh my god, I looked up and I just saw swimsuits pelting my avatar. So it's more like Final Fantasy VII? No, I'm not playing a game right now. I'm doing the drawing, like animation-y stuff. Or Mega Man X. But no, I forgot I had a bit redemption on my throwables. And when I saw the 100 bits, I was like, oh, okay, cool. And then I saw, like, bikini bottoms and shit just launch across the screen. Oh my god. Oh, that took me out. Oh my god. Yeah, so I have a bit redemption where I didn't want to spoil it until somebody did it, but for like 10 bits, you can launch swimsuits across, quote-unquote swimsuits across the screen to pelt me in the face, maybe. But closer to Untitled Goose Game? You know, sure, why not? Oh my god, that... I hate how that took me out. Oh my god, I forgot about that redemption. Oh, I'm dying. Sorry, I get confused. No worries. How you doing? How you been? There's an indie game that does have a little pillow-looking guy, though. Sack? Something like that? Well, this is, this is the, pillowcase flower sack character that when you learn how to animate, usually you'll start with, like, the little round, like, bouncing ball, and then you go, he's, like, the next level. She, the flower sack is, like, the next level in that, sort of that, like, level up practice as you go. And so that's what we're doing. We're practicing our animation-y skills. I've seen this practice. I think Draw Free had a tutorial that used the little sack guy. Yeah. Are you planning on animating on 2s? I'm planning on animating on a combination of 2s and 1s. Oh, that's wild. Super fast. I mean, it can be. I mean, lots of frames. I mean, yeah, there's a good bit. I did some super basic animation as a kid. I did a fully animated Ollie tutorial for skateboarding, but that was on 3s. Oh, that's not bad. Most anime is done on 3s. 3s and 6s. because student shit in a tutorial I use sixes for emphasis. I mean, sixes aren't bad, but the problem with sixes is that there's not... How do I put this? Like, typically for smoother, like, animation, you definitely want your frames to have as much, like, art as, like, possible. Which is why ones for animation is ideal, but it's super expensive to do everything on ones. Sixes, you kind of run into where they might get like a little bit choppier if you're doing it hand drawn. Keyframe may be a bit different though, but keyframe is also weird in the sense that like a drawing will last until a keyframe like changes its position. They're super slow for sure. I was doing tutorials, so I just wanted to have the kicks overemphasized. That's fair. Sixes were for like karate ahea kind of thing to hold them and do the action fast while showing the result. I get you. Usually in my like tutorials, I mostly hear about alternating between ones and twos. And maybe occasionally going up to three. I know three is used, three is used a lot for, anime stuff, for, like, budget purposes. It was also mind-blowing to me, to find out that anime is not as hard to, like, make as some other animated stuff is. Like, especially if you're animating on threes and you reuse a lot of, like, background scenes and footage. I'd never use sixes for anything artistic. I like threes because of, like, webtoon budget. Yeah, I could see that. Take off the onion skin. that little woo! Woo! Is Pillow gonna have some smear frame action? I'm not sure yet. I haven't gotten to smears yet, honestly. This is just level 1 basic animation practices from 51 great animation exercises to practice. What program are you using? I am using Clip Paint Studio EX version 4. Is that the same as normal Clip Studio? I haven't messed with it much since I got it, since I don't have a tablet set up. Yeah, it's, so, Clip Paint Studio has two, like, different versions. There's the Pro, I think it's, like, Clip Paint Studio Pro and Clip Paint Studio EX, and EX is, like, the one that comes with, more like featurey stuff when it comes to like animation and I think what you can import. But then version 4 allows you to like export transparent GIFs. It allows you to basically bone structure your characters and add mesh layers so that way you can do vector-based animation now. It also has like 3D models, the asset library, and all kinds of like cool stuff. is this your intro to animation, or how long have you been learning? So, I have been book studying animation pretty much my entire life. But as far as actual practicing, I've been practicing on and off for about, I want to say 10, 15 years. But I've never been really consistent with it. And now that I've said, and now that I've decided to pursue the art thing full time, I'm like, you know what? I want to get back into animation. Oh, that's sick. I misassumed because pillow exercise. I mean, regardless, so, like, here's the thing, right? With any of the sort of, like, crafty kind of, good fundamentals, though. Yeah, so with any kind of, like, the crafty, kind of art, whether it's, you know, whittling, drawing, painting, you know, sculpting, going back to the fundamentals, especially when you've either practiced, like, on and off, or you've been, like, not as consistent with daily practice, is a way for you to sort of, like, gauge where you are. Gauge. So, like, for example, like, say this is, like, the highest level you could be, right? High level. And this is where you want to aspire. This is, like, the shiny beacon example of where you want to be. Well, if this is the start, right, and you don't know where you are, like, because you could be thinking, oh, well, you know, I'm below the start, I'm, you know, new. But in actuality, you could be, like, here, like, not necessarily intermediate, but, like, maybe above a beginner and just kind of, like, you could be, like, amateur. Amateur level. Or even you could be, like, here, like, pro. But if you don't have, like, a starting point, right? If your starting point is in question, you don't know where you are. So then you don't know what level you're at to, like, jump. So that way you can get to this, like, high level, like, statusy bit. And so, relearning your fundamentals, or, like, practicing your, your fundamentals again can help you be like, oh, well, you know, I used to be pro, but now I'm more, I don't know, amateur. Now I'm at more of an amateur level. But then you can just look up a couple things you forgot how to do and jump back into pro status. Techniques and knowledge that you don't use will, like, they'll never fully leave you, but they do fade over time. And so giving yourself like a refresher course can help you, it can help you like jog your memory. Yeah, all the good sports guys or whatever still practice fundamentals. And it's always important, like, no matter what level you're at, it's always important to, like, go back over your fundamentals, just because that's good, like, that's good form anyways. But, you know, now, when I say that I've animated on and off for, like, 10 years, I've never actually officially come out with, like, a show or a project or anything. I've always just done this basic fundamental animation. Because that's, you know, that's how you learn. That's where you start. And I've never quite gotten the, like, I guess, courage or confidence to sort of get out of this fundamental, like, island. Like, essentially, like, is there any animation that inspires fan? Surprisingly enough, stop motion animation was very inspiring to me when I was little, but I didn't become a stop motion animator because, oof, I thought frame by frame animation was hard. But no, I animation that I was largely inspired by was Nightmare Before Christmas, or like those really like surrealist cartoons, like Courage the Cowardly Dog Show was another like big inspiration for me. Anything Disney, really, because like I was a lucky kid that got to grow up in Disney's like era where like their 90s films were like on VHS tapes and stuff like that. And so knowing that that was entirely drawn by hand and it was like its own world, like between the like 90s and the early 2000s was like a real golden era for animation. And then they stopped doing hand-drawn animation for 3D animation, and that was kind of upsetting. But yeah, no, like that was largely what I was inspired by. So, I was a Cartoon Network kid growing up, so all of the shows, like, there was Ed, Ed and Eddie, Courage the Cowardly Dog Show, Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy, like, all those cartoons, and like, Gargoyles, like, I know Gargoyles was on the Disney Channel. I didn't realize it at the time it was on the Disney Channel. I didn't actually discover the Disney Channel until I was in, like, middle school, but anyways, just that rather era of cartoons was just like, I want to draw that. I want to be like that cool, you know. What about my other artist fishlings? What inspires y'all to draw? Adventure Time, Steven Universe. Ooh, very nice. I do like the gem fusions in Steven Universe. So cute! Studio Ghibli was another really big inspiration when I was younger. Like, I always thought Kiki's Delivery Service was one of the first, like, Studio Ghibli movies I ever had. And I loved the artwork of Studio Ghibli films. I remember when, I think it was Howl's Moving Castle came out. My mom and I had every line in that movie memorized. Look at him! Okay, it's not the best wave that was ever done, but... just look at him! Now we get to do everything over, but in color! And then we're gonna end Streme, so... But you know, it's not just animation. Like, I've always loved, like, movie behind-the-scenes stuff. Like, to see how they like, created props and stuff. how they do like CGI effects. Although I'm not great when it comes to 3D modeling and like 3D animation. Hell, I'm not even that great at 2D animation and drawing. Oh my god, but like 3D animation and modeling is like is like a whole other like monster, in the sense that you're sculpting things and then you're bringing to life the things that you sculpted. I'm like, yeah, I can't do that. Not yet, anyway. We'll get there eventually, just not right this moment. No, ever since I was young, I've always loved art, animation, Disney, especially. I was a big Disney dork. I still kind of am. Not so much for, like, the corporation and the parks, but just for, like, the movies they created and stuff. Every college and essay paper I ever wrote was about Disney. It was about Walt Disney. It was about, you know, how the company almost went bankrupt in the 80s, or 70s, I should say. I also really liked a lot of Don Bluth's films and the trauma, but Don Bluth had some like really good gems, and even the guy that made the Swan Princess movies. If I remember correctly, he was a former Disney animator that saw what Don Bluth had done and left Disney to go make his own studio and his own movie. And part of the reason why the Swan Princess didn't do that well was because it was set to open on a weekend that another, like, I think major Disney animated film was being set to release, and that was essentially like, I wouldn't necessarily say sabotage, but like basically he knew, even going to the premiere of like his movie, that it wasn't going to get like the recognition it deserved. And he essentially thought himself as a failure because of that. But the Swan Princess, which if you haven't seen it, really, like, especially the first movie, because I believe it's like a serialized franchise, it it is an insanely good movie from two different standpoints. One, the story and the musical score in it is amazing. But two, they had to do something that was kind of like not necessarily impossible, but it was very tricky. And that was the watercolor night scenes that they had to make the movie the visual, like, beauty that it is, essentially. And they had to get really crafty and really, like, you know, creative with it, because night scenes are some of the hardest to, like, draw to still make them, like, look good, you know? And especially back then, where everything had to be, like, where all the backgrounds were watercolor, like, painted backgrounds and stuff like that. I love stuff like that. I love learning about stuff like that. I love learning about, you know, this movie may not have done well at the box office, but it became, like, its own cult classic when it got released on, like, home video, you know. Like, these studios are beating their old, like, more profitable franchises, but really what they should do is instead of reviving the franchises that they, like, I get at the end of the day, corporations want to make money, right? Like, they want to make a lot of money and they want to make, like, nostalgia money, and that's good, but, like, if you really, like, want to try to, like, experiment with your IPs and, you know, bring them into, like, the modern sort of senses, bring back some of your cult, like, classics, or even your franchises that, while they may not have necessarily had, you know, like, rave reviews when they were first released, spin them. Like, a good example of this is Puss in Boots and The Last Wish. So, and the reason why I say that is because it was a while when I thought about this, but essentially, you know, you had Shrek. Like, Shrek was the big DreamWorks, like, franchise that DreamWorks was making its money from. And then in Shrek 2, which, if you haven't seen it, apologies for spoilers, but at this point, you should know about it. You should have seen the memes, or at least have seen the first two movies. God, that movie is 20 years old. Oof. I don't want to think about that for any longer than I have to. But anyways, my point being is that they introduced Puss in, the little orange cat in, Shrek 2. And then I can't remember if by the time, if either before Shrek the Third came out or after the franchise was deemed, like, completed, they came out with a Puss in Boots spin-off where it was basically just about Puss, Kitty Galore, and, like, his whole adventure. And when it came out initially, it was a flop. In the sense that, like, people may have liked it, but it didn't do well at the box office, or by box office, like, numbers. And from what I remember, the memes were like, it was, like, a pretty bad movie. But then, if you notice, they came out with, Puss in Boots and The Last Wish, and The Last Wish got praised for its technical and animated prowess because it followed within the footsteps of Sony's amazing adventures of Spider-Man. You know, with as far as like how they styled it, how they textured it, and that kind of thing. And Puss in Boots and the Last Wish made like a lot of money. Like a lot of money. And so now that they know, so they basically took his like spin-off series and they breathed like new life into it. And regardless if they spin that into Puss's own franchise or if he then links up with Shrek and the gang in the new sort of like spin-off that they want to do for Shrek, where Shrek and Fiona are older parents and their children are grown up, you know, is yet to be seen. Or if this is just, you know, whatever. But like, there's so much that Disney just has and that Disney even acquired. So like, think about like Anastasia, for example. Like, you want to bring back a classic, bring back Anastasia. Give her an official like Disney spin, right? With the songs and the musical score. Hell, they actually don't even have to change the musical score. Maybe retweak like a couple of things here and there, but otherwise, like, it's literally right there. It's right there. Hell, I think they actually do have the rights to the Swan Princess. Make a live action Swan Princess. It would go so hard. It would go so hard if they did it correctly. But no, they don't, like, I can't fault them for doing what makes money, but at the same time, it's like, the franchises that were the cash cows of their day were also huge risks that they didn't know if they were going to make money on them or not, you know? And it's like, you can't find another cash franchise without doing some experimentation. Heck, bring back the Black Cauldron. Let's get deep in the Disney vault and see what we can bring back. Or bring out to the surface. I want to see that Horn King death sequence in live action, because that would be so metal. Hell, it was metal when it was animated, but that might be considered way too scary, so I get why they won't. But, like, come on, guys. You can do so much better. Sorry, that's my TED Talk. But anyways, like, or heck, you really want to go for a niche market? Do something with the Gargoyles. With the Gargoyles franchise. Make it a movie franchise. Reboot it as an animated series, you know, in like the 2020s, but bring back Goliath and Gang. You will make money. 100% will absolutely make money. And I know, because I hang out in the circles where, let's just say some very creative people have a very, intriguing interest in gargoyles, and they will spend the money. 100%. No cap. Then again, I have no idea what's going on with like the company's side of things, or why they can't seem to get things made, or why they only want to stick with sequels. Heck, bring back Hercules. Man, do a live action Hercules movie. Or, you know, they have all of the stuff. Like, they do Star Wars. It's just a light hop to do Treasure Planet. I know they've got the sets, the CGI, the props. Like, it's right there. It is right there to be a TV show, a live action movie. Bring the trilogy back. You own the IP. Alright. You want to get some nostalgia seats? Do Treasure Planet. And do Atlantis. They are literally right there. Right there's gold mine of stuff, which some fans came out with a live action Atlantis trailer, and I'm like, it feels so wrong that it's not like an official thing. Because it looks so good. So good. Go reach out to them. Go reach out to those fans and get them to help you make a live action Atlantis for like half the budget. And granted, I'm not the only one screaming this out into the void, but I'll stop ranting and raving about that because reasons. I will say though, with YouTube's indie animation market, it's actually really interesting to see shows like which, if you don't know, Hell of a Boss got picked up by Amazon. So now that Amazon owns both Has Been Hotel and Hell of a Boss, they can do crossover episodes now. And I believe Has Been Hotel also got greenlit for a 3rd and 4th season. But like, it's not just them. The Amazing Digital Circus got picked up by Netflix as well. So, but it just looks like indie animation could probably shake up a lot of those, like, those bigger studios, and who knows, maybe in, like a few years, kind of reshape the animation landscape, in the wake of mass, like, layoffs and stuff. I actually find it interesting that some, there's gonna be flops in every, sort of studio's history, but it's interesting to see how stuff that came out that are or were flops when they came out are now, like, cult classics, and that's even in more, like, recent history. So, I'm gonna sound old. I'm gonna sound like back in my day. So, like, back in my day, Atlantis, Hercules, those movies, they were flops when they came out in the box office. But I saw I had seen clips for DreamWorks movie Home about the aliens that came to Earth, and it's narrated, and the main character alien is voiced by the guy that plays Sheldon in Big Bang Theory, and how, it kind of has its own, like, cult classic following, even if at the time it didn't exactly come out to, like, rave reviews, despite the fact that it's a pretty good, it's a solid movie. I also like that the main girl's name is Gratuity Tucci. I thought that was super cute. Oh, so before Hulu kicked me out because I canceled my Hulu subscription because it was like $21 a month and I can just hack into my mom's. Or I can use my roommates. I can just hack into my roommate's Hulu. I say hack, but really what I mean is just giving big ol' eyes and being like, can I pretty please use your Hulu account? Please? But anyways, there was this show that I had seen commercials for called Mid-Century Modern, and it was essentially it's about a group of guys that a group of gay guys who like have like kind of like a Golden Girls like a moment where they decide that after one of their friends is deceased, that they will all like move in together and, you know, live their best lives and whatnot. And honestly, it's a really solid sitcom. It's got Nathan Lane, the guy who played, I believe his name is Tiberius in the Unbreakable Kimmy Schmidt. And yeah, I watched I think there's like 8 episodes in the first season. I liked it a lot. Which one is it? You know what? I'm just coloring it in. I don't care anymore. Not to spoil it, but one of the jokes I liked in the show was Nathan Lane's character. His name is Bunny, and he lives with his mom, and it's funny because she's like really snarky and mean, especially to his friends. And it's not that she doesn't like them or love them. She loves them as much as she loves her own son. And because she's snarky with her own son, she's got a bunch of like really zingy one-liners when it comes to his 2 friends, and it's great. I love Nathan Lane. He was in a couple of like really good movies like back in the day. Obviously he was, you know, Timon from Lion King, but then like I saw more of his acting when he was in Modern Family. Because he played Pepper, who was one of the friends, and his performances are just always great. And then I saw clips on TikTok a while back of him and Robin Williams in The Birdcage, and so I went and I got The Birdcage and I watched it, and they're they're great. They play off each other like really well. Oh, look at our little sack. Now we gotta do his little this little 3D strippy bit over here, and then we're done. I'm not gonna do too much as far as like shading is concerned, but this is, if you want to get into animation, this is how you get into animation. You literally sit here for, what are we doing, 4 hours? And you gotta color and draw everything individually. It's just great. It's phenomenal. Should totally do it. 10 out of 10. God, I gotta make a sticker of us saying that I love telling people, which is masochism makes magic. The consistency is my weakness. It's my weakness too. In fact, the only thing I'm consistent about is how inconsistent I am. Not inconsistent, inconsistent. I can words. No. Consistency is not easy. And that's with anything, really. It's sort of like the difference between discipline and motivation, if that makes sense. Like, motivation is when you know you're really inspired to like do something or get something done. But if you're not motivated, then you don't want to do anything, and so you wind up not doing anything, and then you become less motivated until that motivational burst like comes forth again, and you don't like build consistency that way. Whereas discipline is you know, you may not want to do, you may not have the energy, and you may not want to do whatever thing that you're trying to do, that you know you need to practice or you need to work on, but you kind of force yourself to at least do some of it. And while you may not get through a large portion of it, you at least do some of it, and sometimes that can renew like your motivation to get something done. But the ability to take a chunk out of your day every day to sit down and practice something, or sit down and really focus on like a craft or a hobby that you want to do, is not easy. You know, because life is varied, and you know, you're not gonna, not every day is gonna be, you know, like a perfect day to, you know, get stuff done. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't like try. A lot of stuff, including consistency, you can build up over time. You just gotta start small. Like, maybe you don't know, so like, if you want to build consistency with streaming, right? You may not know if you can stream at 8 o'clock every day. But like, maybe you know you could stream on like Saturdays or Tuesdays. So, you know, do that for a while, and then when you find you can keep up with that, then, you know, maybe set like a scheduled time. Like, this is what I can do, this is what I can commit to. I feel like a lot of times when you're starting out, you kind of get overwhelmed by this need to like do everything at once, and that's currently something that I'm going through, that I'm kind of like struggling with a little bit myself. But I guess a valuable piece of advice I could give to anybody who's listening, or anybody who maybe feels like they're struggling, is it doesn't need to be all at once. If you can do something small, that still counts. That's still progress. You know, the baby steps are still steps, and a journey of 1,000 steps starts with one. So, not to get too sappy on everybody tonight. I believe in you, fishlings. Believe in the me that believes in you. And also check out our animation. On YouTube. Sorry, Zombie, I didn't realize you swapped to YouTube. I'm on YouTube now. That's what I've said. They need to get failure movies and remake them. Yee. Everybody's. Sorry, Zombie. We getting there. We're getting there. Yeah. So, okay. So for my artsy, like, fishlings, if you really want to get into animation, I would highly suggest looking at these. It's called 51 Great Animation Exercises. Highly suggest looking into if you want to like sort of gauge where your current abilities are. I'm still on level 1. These are practices that, you know, you could do like once a week or like once a month, depending on like your schedule. But if you want to break into animation, a good place to start. But yeah, like if I'm streaming and you see that these are what I'm working on, go look them up for yourself. If you want to work alongside me, if you want to do it on your own time, if you want to do it to the VOD, you know, whatever. If it's not something you're interested in, trust me, I talk a lot. I will fill in, like, talking and themes and just anything in general that interests me. But I think doing 3 exercises is really good, honestly. We did the sack. We did our character blink. I still love this character blink. And we did our simple head turn animation. And they all came out so well. I am really proud of myself. I love when I do cool shit like this. It's an adorable blurb. Alright. With that being said, I'm gonna go foist y'all off on somebody else. Please do not bite them. Friends do not bite their friends unless asked. As far as the sushi bar is concerned, I may use it more than stream avatars. We shall see. I might do a combination of both, but I want to test out the cafe because it was really nice of them to give me a demo stream key. If you're interested and you want to get this stream and you want to get on their list to get a demo of this for yourself, please let me know and I will direct you to them. Ah! Stop throwing soda bottles at me! Okay, fine. I did the hydrates. I did my drinky drink. Alright, so raid channel. Raid Shadow Legends. Lovely Ray's on. Alex on. And Quan. I haven't raided an Araya in a while. And she's doing more art. I also haven't raided an Avalik in a while either, and he's doing modded Baldur's Gate 3. Which one? Either way, it's been a while for both. I think we're gonna switch out from art into games, so we're gonna go give Valak some love. Because it's just been a hot minute since I've seen them. Trust me, I do try to support everyone that I can find. But anyways, much love. Thank you everybody for joining. Tomorrow is Co-op Friday. I was looking, I meant to get with people and I completely spaced on that because I'm a terrible fish mom, but I think we're gonna play Codenames. Codenames is a browser game that's, you know, free for like anybody to join, so we're gonna get the crew together and we're gonna have fun and try not to beat our heads against the wall. So that's open invitation for anybody who's interested who wants to come and join in. Monday we will be back with some more Epic Mickey Rebrushed. Tuesday we will go back to finishing up Larange because we need to animate his bits and pieces parts. So thank you for stream. You're welcome. But anyways, much love everybody. I hope y'all have a good whenever, and I will see y'all tomorrow.